Okay, I'm back live. Hi. For some reason it's still not letting me change the title on X. That's weird. Let me do that real quick. My title. Not dealing with H100s at the moment. Alright. So here's the deal, right? We're stuck with 3.0 on this one repro. It's really annoying. I don't know what's wrong with it. I suspect it's something time-based. Because the only thing that I can see, like the only red flag, is stuff like this. Where, hang on. Look at this. So I told this thing to run like 200 mil, runs of 200 mil or whatever, and like quite as well as it should. I mean, it does decent. It's like a few percent off here, but it doesn't run longer and longer experiments. Like technically it can do, maybe it can do a little better than this. I think it can do like 4% better than this ish at this number of time steps. But it doesn't hardly run any longer experiments at all. So we're going to see with this run, this new one, whether it runs longer experiments, and if not, if it actually does something reasonable with a 300 mil budget instead of a 200 mil budget. 300 mil should be enough for it to do things. But we're not going to write fiddly experiments today. We're going to actually do something that's going to be much more fun, and also much more interesting to watch. Let me bring up the new simulator that I've been working on here. We also have chat. Are we on the Discord? Yes, the Discord is discord.gg/puffer. Oh, are we on the Discord? Is that Tosin? Hello.
Oh, what's up?
How's it going, man?
Good, good, good. How are you?
Doing well. I've just been working on new sims and trying to fix crazy bugs for 3.0.
Should probably hop on. I finally have some time to work.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, yeah, okay, you're there. Cool. You had some stuff you want to chat about?
Nah, just hanging out. I
Okay.
had surgery on Tuesday, so I'm finally getting back.
But you had surgery on Tuesday, or you're going to have surgery on Tuesday?
I had,
Are you okay?
yeah.
Well, I hope you're doing better, man. Shit. That's rough.
So you say you're working on, I was seeing your plots with like the,
It's supposed to, stuff is supposed to be safe here. The hope was that, like, you no longer have to be missing meetings with malaria and shit, man. That's kind of the point.
I know, right? Happens to the best of us.
I mean, hey, look, pneumonia nearly took me out over the
Yeah.
holidays. So I can blame that on Canada. I don't even have to blame that on America. I can blame that on Canadians. Like, I don't know. It's supposed to be chill here.
Canada, Canada.
Yeah, they get another crack at me at RLC. But
I don't even remember how to run PufferLib in so long.
Oh, there's been a lot of new stuff.
Really? Is it compiling? Is
Here.
it compiling the same thing?
Yeah, let me see if I can show you. This is the new simulator I've been working on.
Oh,
We gotta
what's it called?
train it.
Buffer scope.
At the moment, schooling, but it's gonna be a lot more than that.
Uh,
I'm thinking it's gonna be like some big space combat or like space/aerial combat jam kind of a thing.
oh, nice.
Why is this not training? I messed with the config. Yeah, I messed with the config.
Actually, I think I have a pretty old branch. I think I'm not like up to date on your branch.
There's a 3.0 branch now.
Oh, really? I go from that one. I should be able to sync my branch with.
All right, here's the latest sim.
Okay. Oh shit!
Pretty
Yeah,
cool,
that's
right?
so cool. Yeah.
We got puffers. They're schooling. They're doing stuff.
What policies are they learning? Like,
They're
what's the control objective here?
they're trying to go to the color that matches their the color orb that matches themselves, and then they change to another
Ah,
color when they get there. You get these really cool
okay.
patterns.
It looks like a Ditto particle life.
Yeah, it's kind of that, but this is going to be way more than that. Because like the
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
is, we're actually going to be able to make this do some crazy stuff. So all I got to do is I switch the model. Hang on.
Mhm.
This. And go to the ship model.
Great. Is that a distributed ML algorithm or?
I just trained it while we were talking in 30 seconds on my local GPU.
Was it buffer a neural network?
What? Yeah, it's a
Was
neural net.
each like each fish, was that a neural network or
Yeah, it's just
it's
an
like the
instance of the same net. It's the same way like you do
okay, okay,
robocode or anything else.
okay, okay.
All right, there's the ship model instead of the puffer fish.
Another cluster.
Now they're
Oh,
ships, little ships. So the
imagine
point,
you accidentally discover some fluid mechanics thing that
yeah,
they've been solving for years.
yeah, maybe. But I think we're gonna start with like some tactical type things. So the plan for today is to add in combat.
Okay. Oh, nice.
I'm gonna add in combat, and I'm gonna add in different abilities. Like each ship, they're gonna handle differently and stuff. and we're gonna go from there.
Color has a different behavior.
Maybe not color. We'll see how I do it.
Ah,
I might go by color. Maybe that would be a good way to do it, actually. That might be a good suggestion. Okay.
bless you.
Just here doing this while I have experiments going in the background, and then also I'm trying to get support on the tiny boxes that I bought because one of them comes on and the other doesn't.
Tiny box. That is shit by what's that crazy guy?
George Hotz, yeah.
Jatots, yeah.
This is the setup right here with the
I
tiny
like how it's that
boxes.
crazy guy. You know, I was talking about. Oh, nice. Oh shit! I remember him talking about this. He did that at one
They're literally, right, if you check here, that's,
Okay.
they're on the wall behind me.
Holy shit! That's so cool. I love the
That's
gym on the side too. Do you live here?
pretty much.
Oh, okay, that's crazy. GPU and gym. That's all a
Yeah.
man needs.
Yeah, pretty well. Got my deadlift pressing set up, bench, got my rack, got my dumbbells. The only thing that sucks is I've got a bad knee and a bad rotator at the moment. So I can't do anything. So I'm just stuck sitting here coding 14, 16 hours a day because that's pretty much everything else I can do. So, but whatever. We're going to get a whole bunch of work done while I recover.
Yeah, I mean your fingers are getting the workout. So I'm sorry.
All right. Start on this.
But yeah, I forgot Puffer uses the old Python version.
Old Python version. Now we are 3.12 usually.
Oh, because it's asking me to use. I mean, I have the old Puffer. It uses
Oh, we've
bubble.
updated the container. 3.12 is our default at the moment, but you can use whatever.
Hmm. Maybe I just pull that one and move my code over to the new Puffer.
Make sure you save that code. We actually would really like that robocode, and that's going to be a very cool one.
Okay, I'll back it up and then I'll pull the new one. Okay, move the code. Okay, 3.0, 3.0.
So the idea for today is going to be we're going to introduce handling. So I'm going to do like float handling.
Okay.
Float. Let's see. I had to do max.
I don't see Puffer 3.0. Oh, never mind. I have the
Up for 3.0.
I was looking at my branch.
I'm gonna dip out of here for a bit so I get back to stream to Sin. But let me know if you
Okay.
have stuff. All right.
I hope you care.
Bye. Bye. Because otherwise, I'm just gonna be like narrating to myself with him just hanging out. So, yeah. What I want to do here, it actually helps me focus a lot. Just going through all my stuff out loud too. Something like this. So we have like these update abilities. Okay, and then we do agent items, so we do update abilities. And then if they hit this, update the abilities as well. And now we have move ship. Something basic like this, right? Let me try one thing. They're telling me to replace or to do it with the network unplugged for the current box. Thing gets farther now. Also, these boot really slow compared to desktop motherboard. Side panel and check PCI able cables are seated. Biggest issue we've had in shipping. Let me go check and see if this boots here. Seems like it does stuff. I think if I reboot it, go direct to the other menu or what? They give it a few minutes. I'm gonna try that again. Hope that this boots and then be able to keep working on the end for a bit. But if I can actually get these training today, I mean, that would be awesome. Oh, I'm gonna give it some time to see if it does anything. All right. Let me grab the where's the chat? Chat menu. See if this trains with the new handling stuff and if it looks any different. Okay, it is starting to train. So we will see if we actually notice a difference. Assuming this does actually train decently. Not training super well. Might just train for longer. Love the training UI, thank you. Okay, the green ones and the red ones are doing it. The yellow ones are like slow. We'll let it train for a little longer though. Bit like 250. See. Still stuck on that menu. I think I'm gonna end up having to go reseat some GPUs. Yeah, there we go. Just needed a little longer to figure it out. And this is heterogeneous training, in the sense that not all the agents have the same capabilities. That's pretty cool. Yeah, this is really cool. So like you can see, the green ones are super fast. The yellow ones are super slow. How do you figure out what the best model architecture is? We do very, very little with the architecture. Honestly, hyperparameters are the big gotcha, not architecture. This is straight up like a linear layer or two into a LSTM, and then the LSTM is the core for everything. I mean, this is sweet. This is legitimately here. This is heterogeneous learning. And this trained in a minute. This is not something I've actually seen done in a very long time either. Like, there are very few cases of RL of people even doing this, and it just works. Like to be clear here, it's the same neural network controlling each ship independently, even though the ships have different capabilities. Like when they change color, they have different capabilities. Like they have like a wider turn radius, like a much wider turn radius, or like a much higher speed. Hey, Will, how's it going? Yeah, this project, I started this simulator yesterday for reference. So this is literally, and I've worked on it like less than an hour today. So this is one day of what PufferLib can do. Is there momentum for the puffers? I don't think there's, they can't change, like they're locked to their maximum speed. So there's a turning radius, basically. There's not momentum, but there's a turning radius. I want it. What do you want to do with Puffer, man? We got all sorts of cool RL. We're working on this. We've got a new terraforming simulator we're working on. I mean, I'm basically just stuck with 3.0 because frickin' we've got bugs on the new machines. So I'm having tough times testing DDP on them. I guess I could just boot up H100s, but I'd like to test it locally. And then the much bigger one is sweeps are driving me insane because, like, there's a perf gap between the old version and the current version of sweeps, even when I run the old version of the code. So there's something's haunted there. I've got some experiments going on that, but as soon as we fix that, it's kind of like, export all the new models, make sure everything is fine, and then just ship it. We already have the blog post done. We've got basically everything. It's super cursed. But yeah, that's been the main thing that's been screwing me on 3.0. Is just that one last thing I can't track down. So I got bored and I made this yesterday. I'm gonna make this like a full scale like ship combat thing. So I'm gonna add the ability for them to fire at each other, and they're gonna have like different strengths and speeds and stuff. So the hope is that we're gonna actually get some tactical looking, like full on aerial / space sim thing, and we're actually really gonna push the limits of what we can do with like decentralized multi-agent intelligence. This is the small version as well. Like, I can train this way bigger. Here. Now, let's see if it's stable at 4096. Here, we'll see if this is stable. Oh, I gotta up the factories as well. Huge congrats. Thanks, man. It's been so much work. It's been so much work. But, like, RL kind of just works now. It's not like solved. There's still stuff I need to do on the research side, but yeah, it's good enough that we're going to be able to solve a ton of industry problems, and hopefully that will get us some bigger clients. So we'll kind of be able to just take on bigger and bigger stuff from there. That's the hope. Any lessons on the research side? Yeah, we're no longer just using PPO. Like, we have some substantial modifications to it in the latest version of the code. Different optimizer, learning rate schedule, different advantage function, filtering, prioritize replay. There's a bunch of stuff that we did. But the idea that it's like 80% just use PPO, 20% figure out some tweaks was pretty spot on. Okay, here's the big version of the sim. It looks like it is almost done. It's going to take 3 minutes, actually. I overshot, so it'll take 3 minutes to, like, finish the run. It's not going to checkpoint till then. And then we'll look at the 4096 agents version of this. What was the fix for Clang? No such file or directory. Rerun the setup. You just don't have a version of Raylib. Setup.py is supposed to install Raylib for you. Like, if that folder doesn't exist, the setup.py is supposed to download it for you. We'll try again. Pip install -e dot should get it. You can check the setup.py file if not, or you can just download it manually from Raylib, but it ought to work. Wasn't in Conda. There you go. Conda's really bad, by the way. I suggest if you're going to use a VM thing, I'd suggest UV. Conda makes everything slow. Like, Conda, their C compiler's cursed. It just produces 3x slower C code for no reason. I missed a DM from you, Will? Let's see. Either. We can set you something up here, maybe. Or Palo Alto. What are you trying to do with all this RL stuff? It's pretty funny that nobody's buying their the AMD tiny boxes. Everyone's still buying the Nvidia ones because, like, it's like free is not cheap enough for AMD hardware. All right. Oh, I should have made the map bigger, Will, but there you go. It still looks pretty cool, right? Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool. So fast. Nah, man, we're trolling at the moment. This is like a third of the speed that it should be running at. We should be able to train this like 4 million steps per second, no problem. This is like the most dog shit unoptimized code imaginable. So you gotta realize, like when I'm doing like horrible n squared loops over everything, like you gotta realize how bad RL was before that we couldn't get stuff working. This is like a few hundred lines of code. Oh yeah, you want to see something fun? Okay, let me show you something fun. I might do octree stuff, but not yet. I'm gonna do this until I'm like forced to not do this, you know? No, it's not PPO de facto. Like, we have modified PPO to the, like, significantly enough that you can't just call it vanilla PPO. We have our own stuff now, man. Done a lot of research. Alright. So this is a little harder to run fast, but, look at all the puffers. Lol. We'll go back to the fast glider model, but it's funny to have the puffer in there. I'm trying to think if I want to add combat right now or if I want to go deal with freaking tiny boxes. I think I can chill for a bit here and add some add combat to this. That'll be fun. I will have to do tiny boxes today, but we can do this for a bit first. Should be a super consistent training setup as well. I feel they shouldn't be able to steer that fast. Some of them steer fast, and some of them move fast. It's a trade-off. So now you can do really sample efficient. Really do sample efficiency. I mean, I could. What I'd rather do, though, is I'd rather just take this, find some very important problems in industry where we can build fast sims, right, and just knock them out of the park. So start with that. Way easier to do that than it's going to be to, like, do all the sample efficiency research. We've kind of just been doing R&D for the last year, right, with, like, a few clients. We kind of want to get some bigger stuff going at this point, you know? The servers don't pay for themselves. Is RL scalable with infinite data, or do they saturate? Of course it's scalable. Why wouldn't it be? Superhuman at Dota. Superhuman at basically everything we throw at it. See if this train's in 100 mil. Depends on your class of problem. Well, I think that we're actually more likely to find some cool problems in the high data regime because, like, basically nobody's bothered with those, right? Like, because researchers don't know how to code, so nobody's bothered with the, I wonder what happens if we just build fast sims for stuff, for the most part. Like, there are a lot of useful processes that I could probably build multi-million step per second sims for. Curse of Horizon. So Horizon is an issue. That's where like curriculum and reward stuff comes in. You gotta think of it as kind of like breadcrumbs, right? You got like the problem has to be self-contained and learnable. But that's not a method problem, right? That's like a fundamental like intractability problem. Okay, this clearly trains. Let's start on combat. Actually you'd have to join a co. You'd have to join a co. Some really good problems. Why would I have to join a company when they can just hire our company, right? Like literally we're at the point with all the stuff where I've built where it's like it's way more valuable to hire Puffer than it is to just hire me. Because like if you just hired me a year ago to like work on some problem, right? It wouldn't be as good as now. Like I wouldn't have as good of a solution for your specific problem as we now have out of the box for basically all problems. I mean, that they could do. I'm not really looking to like sell Puffer for dimes and then like, you know, join a thing though. I'd be way happier like, and like honestly, the best value for companies is going to be to toss us like some sizable contracts. That's going to be the best value for them. Like there really aren't any like there's not really any reason to not do that because the thing is like all our core stuff is open source. So it's not like you're dependent on like some third party locked API, right? I think I'll change your mind. We can chat if you've got ideas. Are you still based in SF or have you wait? Are you based in SF still or are you moved? Because I gotta say, it would be a pretty big number to get me to go from here to SF. It's like, and I'm probably gonna be more productive from here anyways. SF is kind of depressing. I don't know. It depends what the purpose is, right? Like what is the thing? Like what's the idea? Like is it like, hey, we're going to solve space age materials fabrication with reinforcement learning? Or is it like we're going to sell more ads with reinforcement learning? Right? Because like I can be persuaded to sell more ads with reinforcement learning, but then I'm basically going to have to be set where it's like, all right, I'll come do this for a year or two. We'll fix that. And then I'm going to be set for the next indefinite amount of time to go do cool research and like fund whatever stuff I want, right? Because pretty much my goal is to just be able to do all sorts of fundamental tech research and to be able to bankroll it. I kind of just want to be able to have my own private lab where I do crazy things. Which is sort of what we're doing now, just slightly larger scale than this. but we're already doing quite a bit. All right, so this is super cool. This just works. Let's add in combat and see what happens. So the idea for combat here. Private lab with a farm is academia dream. Yeah. Dude, like, I get so much more work done here, it's not even close. Like, there are 0 distractions whatsoever. Normally it wouldn't be 14, 16 hours a day, right? It would be like 12 to 14 because I would get some more exercise in. I'm freaking bad shoulder, bad knee, whatever, so I can't do anything. But, I mean, still, it's like, it's pretty great for focus. And then in the last couple weeks, I've just been trying to cut out, like, all the filler crap, right? Like, I've been, like, watching tons of just YouTube and shit, just in between doing other things. And, like, even if you're not wasting any time that you could be working, just, like, in between stuff, it still takes your mind off of problems. So I've been trying to just, like, really focus myself to only think about research. And, like, I've come up with a lot of good stuff as a result of that. Things are getting, like, pretty damn dialed in. Okay, so we gotta add attack damage and attack range. Get out of here, bot. I code the bots, not you. Send one thing. We gotta do attack damage and attack speed, right? Or is it attack whatever? Okay, so we need to do angle to target, I believe. That is slightly awkward. So angle to target. Is there a vec normalize? No. Alright. this. Okay, and now what we got to do is yeah, shoulder is just so screwed up. I can't even put it on the armrest. Here. Back range. And we need angle. Is this it? That doesn't seem right, is it? Oh yeah, it is. It is just arc close, isn't it? And that's in radians. So 90 degrees is pi over 2. We'll do pi over 4-ish, maybe? 45 degree. That's like this. That's too wide. 30 degree? Over 6. Return false. Now we do damage, which is going to be want to do damage calcs in this? They have to respawn the agent, right? Reward, don't I? We'll just do it this way. So this is just, the attack function just tells you, right? Yeah, the attack function is just going to tell you this. So we do if attack. So this is where we have to do the jank thing, right? So we have to do for this terrible jank thing. Okay, and then we have to do if not attack. Continue, okay, and then we are attacking. So the target HP down by damage. Add some reward for this. Target HP is 0, then we respawn it. And it also needs to be, its reward needs to be canned, right? We have to do memset on the rewards. Yeah, that thing's stuck. I'm gonna have to go do maintenance at some point later today. Let's ignore that for now, though. Do that. We are accounted for here. This. They only attack things on a different team. And that's about it, right? Okay, so we'll see if this does anything. Overflowing. Some agents times. This is unsigned char. Okay, cool. Now, if there is in front of them an agent of a different color, they should be fighting. We'll see if that does anything. Episode length 3 seems to imply that they're killing each other all the time. Whoops. Okay, that might be... 0.1 is a pretty big radius. Kind of reasonable. Probably just too many agents, right? So, like, let me think. If you were to have, I think 1024, like, tops, right? In a map that size. That trains faster as well. Probably have to draw the lasers. Let's add int target. Can draw a line segment like that, right? Now we actually should be able to see what they're doing. Except that if they die, it's gonna be jank. I think what I want to do is something just very slightly different here. Kind of tough. Figure out how to do this. It might end up having to be multiple passes. We'll do this for now. Yeah, jeez. Holy. Yeah, that's not what we wanted, right? Something screwy with this. It should only be like 10% of the volume for attack range. These are like super long lines, right? Yeah, you can see them. Oh, it's because I didn't clear. Did I not clear the target? I didn't clear the target. Okay, so that's way too fast, first of all. But, like, the lines are too long as well. It shouldn't be able to do that. So I think what's happening is, yeah, I know why this is happening. Okay. I'm trying to think how I fix that. I think we do all the moves happen. So all the moves happen first. And then all the attacks happen after. And then this target health thing. Okay, this like target health thingy. This is now going to be okay. They are fighting here. I can figure out how to like make the lasers not just be one frame later, right? For now, this is fine. Very, very low range that they have. It's annoying. Shoulder's not liking me typing up here. Put my keyboard on my lap. Hate typing this way as well, but hey. It's comfortable, man. Gotta like. There is just not happy. Okay, so that's way more obvious, right? Yeah, now they're kung fu fighting. Spawn each color in a different corner, I guess. Remove the target seeking reward. Target seeking reward. Instead, we just do combat, and then alright, let's see what this does. See if this gives us something like interpretable. Well, the episode length is decreasing, which means they must be fighting. Oh, it goes back up. Kind of. Well, we shall see. Might have to add like a scripted faction. Whoa, what? Huh? Let's make the spawns a little bit more reasonable. We're getting very close to crazy things here. Alright, so the thing that I've forgotten about. So this has got to be -1F, 1.0F, which is like okay, 0. We got -1. We got 1. I don't know what we do with the last guys. Do this. We'll see what they do. Episode length has been going back up, but it's actually hard to know what that means in a vacuum. Dude. Is this like greens up? Yeah, this is green spawning here. So the greens are getting spawn camped. That's no good. Also do Hal. Make it easier to see. Alright, we're gonna train this. Then I'm gonna figure out what we're gonna do from here. Because this is like, this was not all that difficult to get like the basics of. To figure out how to make it more coordinated and stuff. Teams, I should be able to actually arrange these reasonably if I'm smart about it. Here, I'll train this. Okay. We will see what this does. Grab a drink though. I'd like to fix the shoulder, man. Don't even have a tub here or anything yet. Like, soak this thing. Uh-huh. Whoa. Look at these guys. Anybody spawn in the corner, or are they just going there to, like, avoid being killed? The blue ones are just like, yeah, we're going to go to the corner. Enemy OP, what can we do? Oh. Okay, randomly raining very hard all of a sudden out of nowhere. Cool. Let me think what I actually want to do with this sim. Like, how far do I want to take this thing? I think I want to do... a few different types of ships. Let me see, like, find some games I can use for inspiration. There was a game that used to be on iOS. Base Battle. Still find it. Gravity. This. I forget what it was. There are lots of them, though, right? I would like to be able to reskin this thing pretty easily. Like, if I want it to be, like, space, or, like, air, ground, or whatever. So, like... Tank. What are usually, like, the unit types people have? It's, like, infantry, like, tank. How do you use RL for something like Magic the Gathering, where a human only interacts through clicking a UI? Like this. There's a PR I have to merge on this that adds a lot of more stuff to it. But this was like a very super basic prototype, okay? So, like, you can play a land, can't do anything else on your first turn, except actually, yeah, that's a 0 cost. Do this. I can swing with this. And then, let's see, I can play my land. I can play my 2 cost. And then I can swing with this and this. Let's see. That, and then I can, let's play the 3 cost. Swing with this, this, and this. And then... Oh, I'm getting attacked, so I have to block with my... Yeah, I'll block with this. And then, like that. And then, can I play this yet? No, I can't play that yet. So I'm gonna swing. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I win. That is how I would make Magic the Gathering work for reinforcement learning. You can play it entirely with your number keys and enter. If you want to help finish that sim, we could use some help. You don't need it to click random pixels on the screen, though. That's the point. You just get the data out of it. Like, the clicking random pixels is, like, internally, it's just triggering the function of, like, clicking the card. You'd go through the API, and if you don't want to go through the API, you would do some basic vision thing on top of it. You wouldn't end-to-end RL it. Like, usually you just go through the API. You can, by the way, you can absolutely make RL end-to-end on pixels with clicking. Like, that works. It's just way more expensive. Because you have to run a really slow environment, and you have to learn perception end-to-end. Hey, Hyper. The Daily Dayum. Welcome. Yeah, I think let's change the sizes a little bit. X, Y, Z. This. Okay. I feel like X is like 4. Yeah, that's really cool. Y is 0. What I do? Ah, respawn. How do I do, like, orbit speed? I'd like to slow down the orbit. Move speed. Rot speed. No, this is a manual one. There's a built-in orbit camera. Annoying. Okay, so this is the original policy. Yeah, it doesn't really know what to do at the moment, it seems. It wasn't trained on this env. Mostly gonna scatter. See if we can train it on this. I'm curious if it'll learn. If episode length comes back down, then it's learning. Okay, it's learning. Basically, the only way that episode length can come down is if they're fighting. So they are learning to fight. The one annoying thing about having like these self-play type environments is actually it's quite hard to get like a, you know, how good is, like, what's a good number to have. We're just gonna have to look at the policies for a bit until we put some more formal infrastructure in place. Oops, message from Spencer. Just do anything. They don't really seem to just, like, they don't seem to have, like, a coherent path. They might just be scaredy cats, though. Let's see if they're scaredy cats. Maybe they just need to not... Maybe we need to make them more like soldier ants, where they have no regard for their own life. Let's see if that helps. Alright. There is no longer a reward, a penalty for getting shot. Oh, and then we actually end... There. That way I can actually track the return. Now this should keep going up. Because now it's a cooperative environment, kind of. There we go. Okay, this seems much better, right? Don't need this. Well, now I gotta do it. Way better. We'll see. We gotta see the policy. I wonder why they're, like, dispersing so much like this. They're definitely doing more fighting. Memory ain't your dumb. Don't forget to delete the pointers. My guy, there are no dynamic memory allocations. You malloc once at the start of the, at the end of creation, and that's all the memory you use. It's optimized for static mem. Pretty cool. I think we can get some way more coherent stuff out of this. Actually, we can crank up the number of agents now. That'll make it more coherent. Simulate. 100 pointers versus PufferLib. We got some pointers. I don't know. C is just easy, man. This is, like, so easy to be doing this stuff in C. I'm very happy with the way I've decided to set up all our infrastructure in our sims. Why is it so slow now? Oh, it's because it does a check over. Or, yeah, it's n squared, dummy. Well, I'll just make the map smaller instead. This is what I'll do instead, right? Be 2. Just make the map smaller. That'll have this exact same effect. No, seriously, C is easy. We don't use it because I don't like annoying complicated things, man. Read the code. It's freaking so basic. It's like first year undergrad level programming. Like in terms of the things that I'm using. It's just I'm using them very nicely. I have brand new programmers writing C environments with us. It's a good time. And the funny thing is I hated C for 10 years. You know why? Because when they taught it in undergrad, they didn't tell you what an address sanitizer was. So yeah, C with no address sanitizer sucks. C with an address sanitizer, very easy. Address sanitizer catches like 95% of the bugs that everyone hates. Okay. Way better, right? Now we can actually see what's happening. Oh yeah. That's a full-on battle. That's like amazingly... That worked like amazingly well. That's solid. Commit the current version. Alright, so... Let's see. So next up, I think we want to do units, like different units, right? We already have the basic infrastructure in place for that. We also have to clean up some code, but we can do units before we do that. Oh, let me just send this to Will. I think he'll appreciate this. Unit type. This is going to be, instead of item, we'll leave this for now. We'll do int unit. Fighter 0 tank. Top 3 favorite singers? My guy, I literally can't tell you the last time I've like intentionally put on any music. I don't do much outside of this. I couldn't tell you top 3 favorite movies either. Is what it is. The only one of those names I recognize is Michael Jackson. And I can't name you a single Michael Jackson song. Anime? I haven't watched any in a while, let me think. I used to have favorites that I actually don't even fucking remember, man. I really like the art style and everything of it. It's nowadays, for whatever reason, studios have decided that every protagonist must be a little bitch. So it's like, the hell? I don't know. There's something off culturally, if that's what goes well. I think the idea is like, oh look, he's completely useless, just like me, or whatever. I don't know. What? You're surprised the guy who streams freaking RL Dev 14 hours a day doesn't do much else? I like games actually more than anything, but the problem is I can't allow myself to play any because they're straight heroin. I don't know, I've got like probably together 8,000 hours in a couple of different MMOs. And then like a much smaller amount in a few competitive games. I've seen I didn't finish Dandadan. I never got into Hunter x Hunter. I watched the other ones. I think Death Note is the best of those. Yeah, by far it is. I mean, I watched that when I was like 14 or something, probably. It was the first anime I watched. That was good. I'm trying to be a coding machine, man. Like, science has got to get advanced, right? It's just really freaking tough when you have your head clouded with a ton of other stuff. It's really tough. I take like a day off a week, and I get some exercise in. Currently, I've been playing Satisfactory on my day off, which has just been chill. I can't do 14 to 16 sustainably, no matter what I'm working on. I can only do it when I'm working on like cool new stuff, and like certain other things. But at the moment, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Average Chinese worker. Jojo Liu. Yeah, I know Jojo Liu. That's like those are pretty good hours. I think this is all kind of fine. We just need to like I don't know. Just do. Alright, so now we have this fighter agent. Got this like reasonably done. Just rest of this. This. Looks reasonable, right? And we have to do scales. Identifier agent. Ah, it's entity. Okay. Yeah, those are too friggin' big, but we'll see what this does. Right. That'll train, and we'll see whether we have spaceship battle sim. And come back. Right back. Okay. I mean, this is. It says it's doing something. Holy. That's a space battle sim and a half. What on earth? Yo. They got way too many tanks, I think. Yeah, they got way too many tanks. I'm just gonna recompile and rerun without training. Let's see. So they got a ton of fighters, a few tanks, and then the mothership. This is something. Holy. Yeah, that's cool. I don't like how it's like the continuous streams rather than like clouds, though. So the thing I was thinking about is respawning them on the mothership. So now they respawn on the position of the mothership. Is that right? Yeah, they all kind of like just showed up at the same spot randomly. See. What's happening here? It's like they all spawn here. Oh, why they all spawn in there? That's weird. What? How'd this happen? Yeah, this is the mothership, right? Oh, right? Yeah. This is fine. Yeah, they all spawn from the same spot for some reason. Hmm. Oh. I think I know. Yeah, that works. Yeah, this should be pretty cool looking. Because now, like, the thing is, they should kind of spawn in clouds. And I think you'll get, like, more reasonable, like, battles out of it. Oh, that's freaking cool. Yeah, look, like here comes like this whole cloud of like new fighters, right? Might be cooler with a random corner. Do random corner. Now there's some randomization in it. It'll produce some interesting battles. Holy. I think it's too long right now, right? Like it would be cooler with this format. I think with this format it's going to be cooler if I do like this maybe. This is so boring I can feel my hair growing. If watching Science Advanced Live is boring, then you're free to go back to TikTok. This is some pretty awesome science. Cool. We have to do like a little bit of. Alright, we have to write a few things here to get this into like the most empty corner, I think. This. Oh, we do need this type. No. This gives you the minimum distance. But it should not be agent X. Have these chords correct? This is like -1, -1, -1. +1. One. And I think this is it. I'm just trying to find the farthest, like, the best corner to spawn them in. This is the closest agent. And yeah, there it is. So the distance from the other agent to the corner. Okay. So like distance of there we are. So this is was a fair bit of code, but if I have this correct, expected expression. This needs to be curly braces. So if I have this correct, this should look a lot better because they will no longer spawn on top of each other. They should only spawn near the nearest, was it? A corner that's relatively free. Yeah, so they're all spawning on top of each other, so I probably did... It's probably the other way around. Yeah, we want max dist. Boom. See if this does what we want, and then we'll retrain. Okay, first of all, that's not the right coordinate. And second of all, they're still spawning on top of each other. Okay. Did it not rebuild? That seems weird. Like, that's not what I would have expected it to have done. Yeah, they shouldn't be able to spawn there. Hmm. Interesting. Those distances make sense. I think they do. This has got to be float. We'll see if that does anything. Okay. Yeah, that was a reasonable spawn. That was a reasonable spawn. Perfect. Oh, this is so much better. I mean, that's freaking. That's pretty crazy. Spread them out a little more, maybe. Not quite enough ships, I think, to do it that way. I'd like it to be sparser. It's gonna look cooler. I'm done asking. So you admit you've asked. You admit it. Aha. Nah, that was my brother-in-law. Yeah, okay. So it runs in the family is what you're saying. Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool. Get him to retrain. And just enjoy the cool simulations today. We got some real fun stuff. This might be too difficult for it to learn. See? The 30-second delay, that's called YouTube. It's better on Twitch. Not really a music stream. Not really one of those. The fact that this works is kind of crazy. Let's see, actually I can just, there's a, nice project, thank you. That's pretty freaking cool. Each one has a job. This is a new version. We have, I mean, there are fighter units, they're like frigates, and then there's a mothership. And this is a large-scale combat. This is a 1,000-unit battle. You can see the lasers going off. We've got like space battle sim. That's so freaking cool. Why don't you make 3D games? This is research, man. Not just entertainment. You can advance science with this as well. You can actually play the ones that we have that are like games on Puffer.ai. Like they are up there. But it's not the main point of it, you know? It should be really easy to add like a height map to this, right? What language is this? C. Let's go get the Perla noise stuff. Let's add this first. this. App index. What's the best? I didn't see it. What's the best book to learn C, C++ for absolute beginners? I didn't really use a book. Like I picked up like lower level stuff a little tiny bit in college. Stanford's like CS 106X and then 107. I think you can get the lectures for those online now. I don't think that they're super amazing courses, to be honest. And actually, like, arguably, they put me off of low-level programming for a long time. The thing with, like, what I'm doing here is, like, there's really just not that much to learn. Like, you kind of just need to know what the heap is and know what a pointer is. And, like, other than that, it's not really any different from writing code in any other language, except you don't use as many stupid, overly abstracted data types, and your code is actually fast. Like, if you actually look at the code I'm writing here, it's mostly just loops and conditionals, right? As well as memory accesses. There's, like, actually nothing in here that a first-year CS student who's taken, like, any course, like, anything at all in C or C++ wouldn't understand. I don't know, it's kind of like, you know, I do not fear the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks. I fear the man who's practiced the same kick 10,000 times. It's kind of that. Like, you don't have very many tools, but you use them well. If you actually want to code some cool stuff and not just troll me, like, we actually do teach people a lot of this stuff in the Discord. You gotta not just be trolling asking me to oil up, though. Like, most of the people in Puffer, like, vast majority of them came in with 0 reinforcement learning experience. Some of them not even with, like, really low-level systems programming experience, so that definitely helps. it's kind of a rare thing now where with the way I have PufferLib, like it's actually not that difficult to be able to contribute to cutting edge science without having to like have a huge amount of background experience. It will have a short intermission here while I watch nice hummingbird outside. Those things are so nice. Discord.gg/puffer. There he goes. You will get kicked if you spam it with dumb stuff, but if you actually want to learn things, yeah, pull up. I mean, asking politely is not the same as thing as being polite, right? I can say, please go fuck yourself. It's not polite just because I said please. That's not how it works. Ugh. That's not how it works, sir. Yeah, there's not an age limit on it. There's I think he's 15 or 16. There's another guy who's in high school who is actually like building all sorts of cool things now. Been learning a lot. I mean, that's when I started like working on AI pretty much around that age. What languages should I learn after I finish Python? Python and C is really a pretty solid stack, honestly. You can do a lot with it. It's pretty much all I use these days. The thing is, like, actually learning how to program, the fundamentals are all in C. Like, C++ is just a bunch of shit bolted onto C. where you're really just learning like, the libraries that are included in the language, not really the language. And then C sharp is like, I think it's mainly just in Unity and like game dev. People use it, and it's kind of similar. I mean, it's kind of all the same thing, right? Like, programming is programming. Some languages get in your way, some languages get out of your way. That's all there is to it. Discord.gg/puffer. Nice and easy to remember. I paid extra for that URL. I better not see dumb messages on here. Yeah, that's you. That is the Discord. I mean, it has a puffer fish on it. It's not that hard to, Yeah, it's the one with the puffer. So Sin, he's just chilling. He's working on some stuff. If he's probably watching the stream. If he has questions, he'll just put him in here, and then I'll jump in the voice and help him. Kind of how I run stuff. You'll usually see that, like, most evenings there'll be a few people hanging out, building stuff. What language? Several. He's a PhD student. You'll see, like, it's a pretty decent mix of people in the Discord. We've got, like, PhDs, current PhD students. We've also got people who just started programming and are just trying to do cool stuff. We've got, like, self-taught hobbyists. We've got, like, lots of different types of people in here. And then Weston, who's a high school student, is currently working on a Sudoku and to be solved with reinforcement learning. So yeah, it's a pretty damn good way to learn AI. And I give you somewhat of a pass with the trolling, because Lord knows I was stupid as hell at 15, at least socially, even if I was pretty decent already technically. But yeah, try to keep it mostly on the tech stuff, you know? Red team are at Cybersec. Yeah, that's a popular wannabe, like, that's a popular job people like. System stuff takes you far for that. Mostly looking for, like, low-level systems dev. C will take you pretty far with that. C and assembly. Probably also need JavaScript at some point because of web exploits, but web stack stuff. But, like, learning languages is not the hard part, is the thing. You'll find that as you get better. Like, learning languages is not the hard part. Like, I can pick up and be proficient in any new programming language, I feel like, within a week. It's not like learning, like, a speaking language, right? I wouldn't think of languages like easy or hard. Like, the thing is, nobody writes all their stuff in assembly, right? Assembly is for optimizing at the level of the individual instructions provided to the machine. Used in very high performance code and also in some embedded stuff. That would be the way to look at it. sure we allocate that thing. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, this is the other env I was doing, right? This terraforming env. I forgot how awesome that thing looks. It is not valid to load texture. Got width. Terrain width, terrain height, right? Over there, dummy. So loaded successfully. Texture loaded. Okay, so everything is loaded, it says. But we don't see anything. Okay, so that doesn't friggin' do anything. Ah, this is it. Okay, so now we have our normal stuff. If I do this, we got this back again. Now if I draw the terrain, cool, very big plane. No. See if I can even get this in the right spot. For some reason it's not even centered. Oh no, it is. Yeah, it's not, be like this. There we are. So let's see, why this thing does not go, height map yet. Make sure it's not the shader. It's not the shader. That shader. Ash. Need this update thing, right? Client terrain texture. We have these two lines, right? Ah. Is that something? That might be something. It's hard to say. This has terrain, but where's the displacement? This is just flat, isn't it? There we go. Pretty cool. Yeah, there we go. I think it's like 64 or something. Oh, see, they just go through the terrain. I've kind of just been coding on this thing and not really realizing the time. Got dinner soon. See if we can get collisions working first. Looks pretty good. Still go right through it. Hmm. Actually, it's fine either way. Welcome, Georgie. We're building this thing right now. Crazy spaceship, whatever sim thing. Just joined. It looks like you're trying to write a model parser. Not quite. I am currently attempting to get the ships to actually collide with the ground correctly, though I am going to dinner in a few. Been streaming all day. I will be back after, though, because this is fun, and I'll probably want to work on this for quite a bit. I need to get the ships to collide with the terrain. I just have the indexing wrong somehow. Ah, this is supposed to be Z. Get press overflow. Terrain width times terrain height. Odd that this does not. Oh, it's negative. Yeah, that's what happened. I see. Okay, we are still off somehow, but I gotta get dinner in a second. For the folks watching, just so I in case I have to go in a moment on short notice here. This is all free open source stuff at puffer.ai, and if you want to help me out for free, you can start the repo. And if you want to build some of this stuff with us, learn some reinforcement learning. If you're already good at reinforcement learning, either way, join the Discord. Discord.gg/puffer. Yeah, I gotta go. I'll be back after dinner.